Hello, my dear adventurers, it's Arthur. Welcome back to Daily Sleep Stories, our cozy haven where the whispers of the world fade into gentle echoes and dreams of magic await. Tonight, we're setting sail on a series of captivating journeys through the high seas with our pirate stories and legends special. These tales will transport you to a time of daring pirates, hidden treasures, and haunting legends. Feel the gentle sway of the ship beneath you, the soft rustling of ancient maps, and the soothing murmur of the sea as we embark on our adventures. In our first tale, The Lost Treasure of Captain Blackbeard, we follow the most feared pirate of the seven seas as he embarks on a perilous journey to uncover a hidden treasure on a mysterious island. Ghostly encounters, cryptic clues, and ancient maps await us. Next, we dive into the enchanting waters of the Caribbean with the legend of the Siren's Song. Lured by the haunting melodies of mystical sirens, a group of pirates sails towards an island said to guard ancient riches. Will they succumb to the siren's call, or will they find the hidden treasure? Our final story takes us into the eerie mist of the Bermuda Triangle with the ghost ship of Captain Silver. This haunting tale follows Captain Silver and his ghostly crew, cursed to sail the seas for eternity. Will they ever break the curse and find peace? So find your most comfortable spot, close your eyes, and let the soothing sounds of the sea and the enchanting tales of pirates carry you away into a night of restful, magical dreams. Sweet dreams, dear adventurers. Let's set sail. The Lost Treasure of Captain Blackbeard. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the vast expanse of the ocean. Gentle waves lapped against the hull of the Queen Anne's Revenge, creating a soothing, rhythmic sound. The ship creaked and groaned, a symphony of wood and rope adjusting to the sea's embrace. Above, the sails rustled softly in the evening breeze, and the distant cry of a seabird echoed across the water. As dusk turned to night, a blanket of stars spread across the sky, their twinkling reflections dancing on the dark surface of the sea. The crew of the Queen Anne's Revenge moved about with practiced ease, their silhouettes against the starlit backdrop creating an almost ghostly tableau. Lanterns were lit, casting a warm, flickering light that mingled with the cool, silver glow of the moon. At the helm stood Captain Blackbeard, the most feared pirate to ever sail the seven seas. His imposing figure was draped in a long black coat, and his wild, unruly beard interwoven with smoldering fuses seemed to have a life of its own. His eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the horizon, ever watchful for signs of prey or danger. Blackbeard's reputation preceded him, a name spoken in hushed tones from the taverns of Port Royal to the bustling docks of London. Tales of his ruthless exploits and unparalleled cunning were legendary. He was a man who inspired both fear and respect in equal measure, his very presence a testament to the harsh and unforgiving nature of the pirate's life. Tonight, however, there was a different air about him. Blackbeard's thoughts were not on the usual plunder and pillage, but on a new and tantalizing prospect. His gaze shifted to a small, tattered piece of parchment, in his hand a map, aged and worn, with cryptic symbols and a promise of unimaginable riches. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Map. It had been during a raid on a merchant ship that the crew of the Queen Anne's Revenge stumbled upon the map. Among the usual haul of gold, spices and silks, a curious wooden chest had been found, its contents puzzling at first. The chest was lined with velvet, and within it lay the ancient map, carefully preserved as if its previous owner had known its true value. The crew had gathered around as Blackbeard examined the map, their excitement palpable. Whispers spread among them about the possibilities it held. Some spoke of legendary treasures hidden away by forgotten civilizations, others of enchanted islands filled with magical artifacts. The map itself was a work of art, its edges frayed, and its surface adorned with strange, almost mystical symbols. Blackbeard's eyes narrowed as he studied the map, tracing the intricate lines and notations with a calloused finger. He recognized some of the symbols, markers of treacherous waters and landmarks known only to the most seasoned sailors. But others were unfamiliar, cryptic hints that suggested a journey filled with danger and mystery. Determined to uncover the map's secrets, Blackbeard made his decision. The treasure, whatever it was, would be his. He called his most trusted crew members to his quarters, sharing with them the details of the map and the voyage that lay ahead. The crew's anticipation grew, a mix of excitement and apprehension buzzing through them. Preparations began at once. Supplies were gathered, the ship was meticulously checked and repaired where needed, and the crew was briefed on the upcoming journey. Blackbeard's leadership was evident in these moments, his commands clear and unwavering. He knew the dangers they might face, but his determination to succeed was unshakable. With everything in order, the Queen Anne's Revenge set sail once more, its course aimed at the unknown destination marked on the map. As the ship cut through the water, the crew couldn't help but feel a sense of destiny. They were part of something greater, a story that would be told for generations. And at the helm, Captain Blackbeard stood ready to face whatever awaited them on this perilous quest for the lost treasure. Chapter 2: Perilous Voyage. The Queen Anne's Revenge cut through the dark waters, its sails billowing against the night sky. The crew, seasoned by countless adventures, moved with practiced efficiency, their spirits high with the prospect of the treasure that awaited them. The journey ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but it was one they embraced with the heart of true pirates. As days turned into weeks, the ship navigated through the ever-changing moods of the sea. At times the ocean was a serene expanse, the water so calm it mirrored the sky above. The gentle sway of the ship and the steady rhythm of the waves created a soothing backdrop to the crew's daily routines. The men sang shanties, their voices carrying over the water, blending with the natural symphony of the sea. But the voyage was not always so peaceful. They encountered fierce storms that tested their mettle and their ship. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the tumultuous waves that threatened to swallow them whole. Blackbeard, undeterred, stood at the helm, his booming commands cutting through the roar of the tempest. The crew, fueled by their captain's indomitable spirit, fought valiantly against the elements, securing sails and managing the rigging with skill and determination. It was during one such stormy night that the first of the strange occurrences began. As the crew battled the gale, eerie whispers seemed to ride the wind, chilling them to the bone. The sounds were indistinct, like distant voices calling out from another world. The men exchanged uneasy glances, their faces lit by the sporadic flashes of lightning. When the storm finally abated, the whispers did not. They persisted, a constant, unsettling presence that gnawed at the edges of their courage. Shadows flickered in the corners of their vision, and several crew members swore they saw ghostly apparitions gliding across the deck, their forms barely visible in the dim light of the lanterns. Despite the growing unease among his men, Blackbeard remained resolute. He dismissed the whispers as tricks of the wind, and the apparitions as figments of overactive imaginations. His focus was unwavering, his mind set on the treasure that lay ahead. Yet even he could not entirely shake the feeling that something otherworldly was at play. The crew, though fearful, took solace in their captain's confidence. They continued to follow him, their trust in his leadership stronger than their fear of the unknown. As the days passed, the strange occurrences became a part of their daily lives, an ever-present reminder of the mystery and danger that surrounded their quest. Chapter 3: The Mysterious Island. After weeks of navigating through perilous waters and enduring the eerie phenomena that plagued their journey, the crew finally sighted land. The island, shrouded in mist, emerged like a phantom from the sea. Its rocky cliffs and dense jungle hinted at the secrets it held, and the crew's anticipation reached a fever pitch. Blackbeard ordered the ship to anchor in a sheltered cove, its calm waters a welcome reprieve from the open ocean. The crew disembarked, their boots sinking into the soft, white sand. They were greeted by the sounds of the jungle, the distant calls of exotic birds, and the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush. The air was thick with humidity, carrying the rich, earthy scent of the island. With the map in hand, Blackbeard led a small party into the jungle. The path was treacherous, the thick foliage and tangled vines making progress slow and arduous, yet the promise of treasure spurred them on. As they ventured deeper, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Eyes seemed to follow their every move, though they saw no one. They set up a base camp near a freshwater stream, its clear, cool waters a vital resource for their stay. The crew took turns standing watch, ever vigilant against the dangers that might lurk in the jungle. Despite the unease, there was an undercurrent of excitement. The island was mysterious and beautiful, a place ripe for adventure and discovery. Gathered around a makeshift table, Blackbeard and his trusted men pored over the map. The cryptic symbols and notations began to make sense as they compared them to the island's geography. Landmarks such as oddly shaped rocks, ancient trees, and a peculiar waterfall were identified, each one bringing them a step closer to the treasure. The clues led them to various locations around the island, each one presenting a new challenge. They deciphered riddles carved into stone tablets, navigated through hidden paths, and solved puzzles that tested their wit and resolve. The journey was fraught with danger, but it also brought out the best in the crew, their skills and teamwork proving invaluable. With each clue they unraveled, the anticipation grew. The treasure was within their grasp, and the sense of destiny that had guided them thus far only intensified. They were on the verge of uncovering something extraordinary, a discovery that would etch their names into the annals of pirate legend. Chapter 4: The Hidden Treasure. The clues led Blackbeard and his crew deeper into the island's heart, where the dense jungle gave way to rocky outcroppings and treacherous ravines. Each step was a test of endurance and courage. The path was fraught with natural hazards, quicksand that threatened to swallow them whole, hidden traps set by whoever guarded the treasure, and wild animals that lurked in the shadows, their eyes gleaming in the dim light filtering through the canopy. Blackbeard moved with purpose, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for signs that they were on the right track. His men followed closely, their trust in him unwavering despite the growing danger. The map had indicated a series of landmarks, each one more obscure than the last, leading them to a secluded cave hidden behind a waterfall. Reaching the waterfall, they marveled at its beauty. The water cascaded down in a silvery torrent, its roar drowning out all other sounds. But there was no time to admire the scenery. Blackbeard, ever the leader, gestured for his men to follow him behind the curtain of water. There, concealed by the constant spray, they found the entrance to the cave, a dark, foreboding tunnel that seemed to swallow the light. Confronting the guardians. Inside the cave, the air was cool and damp, and the walls glistened with moisture. The crew lit torches, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows on the rough stone. They moved cautiously, aware that they were not alone. According to the map, the treasure was guarded by ancient spirits or traps, designed to deter all but the most determined. As they ventured deeper, the cave opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. At the center stood a series of ancient stone statues, their expressions fierce and forbidding. It was clear that these statues were more than mere decorations, they were guardians, their presence a silent warning. Suddenly a low rumble echoed through the chamber, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. The statues began to move, their stone limbs grinding against each other as they came to life. The crew readied their weapons, but Blackbeard held up a hand, signaling them to wait. "Stay your blades," he commanded, his voice steady. "These guardians are not to be fought with steel. We must use our wits." The guardians advanced, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Blackbeard, recalling the riddles they had solved earlier, realized that these statues were part of the final challenge. He stepped forward, addressing the guardians in a calm, authoritative tone. "We seek the treasure of this island," he declared. "We have come far and faced many trials. We mean no harm. Tell us what we must do to prove our worth." The lead guardian paused, its glowing eyes fixed on Blackbeard. In a voice that echoed through the chamber, it spoke, "To claim the treasure, you must answer our riddle. Fail, and you shall never leave this place." Blackbeard nodded, ready to face the challenge. The guardian intoned the riddle, its words reverberating off the walls. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" A tense silence filled the chamber as Blackbeard considered the riddle. His crew watched anxiously, their fate hanging on his answer. After a moment, a smile crept across Blackbeard's face. "An echo," he answered confidently. The guardians fell silent, their glowing eyes dimming. The lead guardian nodded, stepping aside to reveal a hidden passageway at the back of the chamber. "You have answered correctly. The treasure is yours to claim." With the guardian's challenge behind them, Blackbeard and his crew pressed on. The hidden passage led to a smaller, more secluded chamber, its walls adorned with ancient carvings, depicting long-forgotten stories. At the center of the chamber lay the treasure they had sought, a collection of chests overflowing with gold coins, glittering jewels, and priceless artifacts. The crew's eyes widened with awe and excitement. They had finally found it, the lost treasure of Captain Blackbeard. The culmination of their perilous journey lay before them, a testament to their courage and perseverance. Blackbeard approached the treasure, his heart swelling with pride. He had led his men through countless dangers and challenges, and now they stood on the brink of unimaginable wealth. But as he reached out to touch the nearest chest, a sudden realization struck him. As the crew began to celebrate their triumph, the ground beneath them shook once more. The ancient carvings on the walls began to glow, and a deep, resonant voice filled the chamber. "Beware, for the treasure is cursed. Only the worthy may take it, and those who do not heed this warning shall suffer its wrath." The crew's jubilation turned to fear as the chamber seemed to come alive with a dark energy. Blackbeard quickly assessed the situation, his sharp mind racing to find a solution. He realized that the treasure's curse was not just a myth, it was real, and they needed to act fast to avoid its consequences. "Take only what you can carry," he ordered, his voice calm but urgent. "We must leave this place before the curse takes hold." The crew, their trust in Blackbeard unshaken, obeyed his command. They gathered as much treasure as they could, their movements quick and efficient. With their arms laden with gold and jewels, they retraced their steps, fleeing the cursed chamber and the island that had both promised and threatened their lives. Chapter 5: The Treasure Revealed. The Queen Anne's Revenge sailed away from the island, the weight of the treasure balanced by the crew's relief at their escape. As the island disappeared from view, the eerie phenomena that had plagued their journey faded away. The whispers ceased, the shadows vanished, and a sense of calm returned to the ship. Blackbeard stood at the helm, his thoughts a mixture of triumph and contemplation. They had faced unimaginable dangers and emerged victorious, but the curse of the treasure lingered in his mind. He knew that their adventure was far from over, and that they must remain vigilant against any lingering effects of the curse. Back at sea, the crew reveled in their success, their spirits high with the promise of wealth and glory. They recounted their adventures, each tale growing more exaggerated and fantastical with each telling. Yet beneath the bravado, there was a shared understanding of the true cost of their journey. Blackbeard, ever the leader, gathered his men and spoke of the lessons they had learned. He reminded them of the importance of courage, loyalty, and intelligence in the face of danger. He acknowledged the curse, warning them to remain cautious and to use their newfound wealth wisely. With the treasure safely aboard, Blackbeard set a course for familiar waters. The crew, bolstered by their success, looked to the future with renewed confidence. They knew that more adventures awaited them, and that their names would be remembered in the annals of pirate legend. As the Queen Anne's Revenge sailed into the sunset, Blackbeard allowed himself a moment of reflection. The lost treasure had been found, but its true value lay not in the gold and jewels they had claimed, but in the bonds forged and the lessons learned along the way. The legend of Captain Blackbeard and his lost treasure grew, becoming a tale told across the seas. In taverns and ports, the story of their perilous journey and their daring escape from the cursed island captivated the imaginations of all who heard it. Blackbeard's name became synonymous with bravery and cunning, a testament to the enduring allure of pirate legends and the mysteries of the deep. Sweet dreams, dear adventurers. The sea calls and new tales await. The legend of the Siren's song. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden light over the endless expanse of the Caribbean Sea. The water shimmered like liquid gold, its surface calm and inviting. Gentle waves lapped against the hull of the pirate ship, the Sea Serpent, creating a soothing, rhythmic sound that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the ocean itself. The salty breeze carried with it the scent of adventure, mingling with the faint aroma of the distant shore. Seagulls cried out overhead, their calls blending with the creak of the ship's wooden timbers and the flutter of sails catching the wind. The Sea Serpent was a sturdy vessel, its hull weathered by countless voyages but still strong and reliable. It cut through the water with ease, a testament to the skill of the pirates who manned it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transformed into a canvas of brilliant oranges, pinks, and purples. Stars began to twinkle into existence, their reflections dancing on the gentle waves. The ship's lanterns were lit, casting a warm, flickering glow that mixed with the cool, silver light of the rising moon. On the deck, the pirate crew moved with practiced ease, their silhouettes dark against the fading light. They worked in harmony, their actions a well-rehearsed dance of seamanship. The air was filled with the sounds of their activity, the clinking of metal, the rustling of ropes, and the occasional murmur of conversation. At the helm of the Sea Serpent stood Captain Samuel Drake, a man known for his sharp mind and even sharper blade. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a commanding presence, he was a figure that inspired both respect and loyalty among his crew. His dark hair, streaked with silver, was tied back in a loose ponytail, and his piercing blue eyes scanned the horizon with a mix of caution and anticipation. Captain Drake's reputation as a fair but firm leader had earned him the unwavering loyalty of his crew. He was a man of principle, driven by a sense of adventure and a desire for the riches that lay hidden in the uncharted waters of the Caribbean. His voice, calm and authoritative, carried easily over the sounds of the ship. Beside him stood his first mate, Elias Whisper Carter. Whisper, as he was known due to his soft-spoken nature, was the captain's confidant and most trusted advisor. With a wiry frame and a keen intellect, he was the strategist of the crew, always one step ahead when it came to navigating the treacherous waters and the equally treacherous politics of piracy. The rest of the crew were a motley but close-knit group, each member bringing their unique skills and personalities to the table. There was Anne Red O'Halley, the fiery-haired navigator with an uncanny ability to read the stars and the sea. Her sharp wit and sharper tongue made her a force to be reckoned with. Then there was Big Jack, the ship's carpenter and strongman, whose immense strength was matched only by his gentle nature. He was the heart of the crew, always ready with a kind word or a hearty laugh. The Sea Serpent's cook, Marie Spice Leclerc, was a former chef from a prestigious French kitchen. She had joined the crew seeking adventure, bringing with her not only culinary skills but also a wealth of knowledge about herbs and spices that often proved useful in unexpected ways. Her meals were legendary among the crew, a welcome respite from the harsh life at sea. The ship's lookout, a young man named Finn, was known for his sharp eyes and quick reflexes. Perched high in the crow's nest, he could spot approaching ships or land long before they came into view. His enthusiasm and eagerness to prove himself endeared him to the older, more seasoned crew members. Together, they formed a formidable team, bound by their shared experiences and mutual respect. They had sailed through storms, fought off rival pirates, and uncovered hidden treasures. But tonight, as the sun set and the sea glowed under the starlight, they were on the brink of an adventure unlike any they had faced before. As the evening settled in, the crew gathered on deck, drawn by the beauty of the night and the calm of the sea. The soft murmur of their voices blended with the sounds of the ocean, creating a peaceful, almost magical atmosphere. It was in this moment of tranquility that the legend of the siren's song began to weave its spell, setting the stage for a journey that would test their courage, their loyalty, and their very souls. Chapter 1: The Siren's Song. As the stars sparkled above, and the gentle waves caressed the hull of the sea serpent, the crew gathered around a small fire on the deck. The warm glow of the flames danced across their faces, creating a sense of camaraderie and anticipation. It was a tradition among the pirates to share stories and legends on such serene nights, and tonight, Captain Samuel Drake had a particularly intriguing tale to tell. "Gather round, lads and lasses," Captain Drake called out, his voice carrying easily over the crackling fire. "I've a story that's been passed down through generations of sailors, a tale of mystery, beauty, and danger, the legend of the siren's song." The crew fell silent, their faces illuminated by the firelight, eyes wide with curiosity. Captain Drake leaned forward, his expression serious yet tinged with excitement. "Long ago," he began, "in these very waters there existed a mystical island, an island shrouded in mist, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of flowers and the melodies of enchanting voices. This island was said to be the home of sirens, beautiful, deadly creatures whose songs could lure even the most steadfast sailor to his doom." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The crew shifted slightly, their interest piqued by the captain's dramatic storytelling. According to the legend, Drake continued, "the sirens guarded an ancient treasure, a hoard of unimaginable wealth, gold, jewels, and artifacts of great power, hidden away in a secret chamber, protected by the sirens and their magic. Many a ship has sought this treasure, but none have returned to tell the tale." Whisper, the first mate, nodded thoughtfully. "They say the siren's song is irresistible, that it can control the mind and bend the will of any who hear it." "Aye," Captain Drake agreed. "The song is their weapon, and their beauty is their lure. Sailors are drawn to them like moths to a flame, only to be dashed upon the rocks or lost forever in the sea." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, a mix of skepticism and excitement flickering in their eyes. The idea of such a treasure was tantalizing, but the danger it entailed was undeniable. "But," Drake said, his voice lowering conspiratorially, "there are also whispers of those who have resisted the call, who have seen the island and lived to tell the tale. They speak of a way to find the treasure without falling victim to the siren's spell. A secret path, known only to a few, but that leads to the heart of the island." The crew leaned in closer, hanging on his every word. The allure of the treasure and the challenge of outwitting the sirens was too enticing to ignore. "As luck would have it," Drake said, pulling out an old, weathered parchment from his coat, "we have in our possession a map that claims to show this secret path. It was given to me by an old sailor, a man who swore he had seen the island with his own eyes and survived. This map, if true, could lead us to the greatest treasure any of us have ever seen." The crew's eyes widened as they stared at the map. It was covered in cryptic symbols and markings, with a route that wound through treacherous waters to a small, isolated island. "But beware," Drake warned, his tone grave. "This journey will test our resolve and our wits. The sirens are cunning and their song is powerful. We must remain vigilant and true to our purpose if we are to succeed." The crew murmured their agreement, a mixture of excitement and determination in their voices. The legend of the siren's song had cast its spell on them, filling their hearts with a yearning for adventure and the promise of untold riches. The night grew deeper, and the sea serpent sailed on through the calm Caribbean waters. The crew went about their duties with a newfound sense of purpose, the legend of the siren's song fresh in their minds. As the stars glittered above, and the moon cast a silvery path across the waves, a strange and enchanting sound began to drift through the air. At first it was barely perceptible, a soft, melodic whisper that seemed to blend with the gentle splash of the sea. But gradually it grew louder, more distinct, until it became clear that it was not a natural sound at all. It was a song, hauntingly beautiful and irresistibly alluring. The crew paused in their tasks, looking around in confusion. The song seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, wrapping around them like a silken veil. It was a melody unlike any they had ever heard, filled with longing and promise, calling to them from the depths of the sea. Finn, the lookout, was the first to speak. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. It's beautiful." The others nodded, their expressions a mixture of awe and unease. Even Captain Drake, who prided himself on his iron will, felt a strange pull in his heart, a desire to follow the song to its source. "We must be close to the island," Whisper said, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. "This must be the siren's song." Captain Drake shook off the spell's hold on him, his resolve hardening. "Stay focused, everyone," he commanded. "Remember the legend. The song is meant to lure us to our doom. We must resist its call." But resisting the song was easier said than done. The melody was so enchanting, so perfect, that it seemed to reach into their very souls, awakening desires and dreams they had long forgotten. The crew found themselves drawn to the railings, staring out at the moonlit sea, yearning to find the source of the beautiful music. Red, the navigator, clenched her fists, her knuckles white. "We have to stay strong," she said through gritted teeth. "If we give in to the song, we'll be lost." Big Jack, usually so cheerful and strong, looked troubled. "I can't help it," he muttered. "It's like it's calling to me personally." Captain Drake stepped forward, his voice firm and commanding. "Everyone back to your posts. We have a mission, and we will not be swayed by a siren's trickery." His words broke the spell, and the crew shook themselves free of the song's grip. They returned to their duties, but the melody lingered in the air, a constant reminder of the danger that lay ahead. As the night wore on, the siren's song continued to guide them, leading them ever closer to the mystical island. The crew remained vigilant, their minds focused on the treasure and the promise of adventure. But deep down, each of them knew that the true test was yet to come. They would have to face the sirens and their deadly allure if they were to succeed in their quest. And so, with the song as their guide and the legend as their beacon, the sea serpent sailed on, its crew ready to face whatever challenges awaited them on the mysterious island guarded by sirens. Chapter 2. The Journey Begins. As dawn broke over the Caribbean, the sea serpent sailed steadily towards the horizon, guided by the hauntingly beautiful song of the sirens. The morning light bathed the sea in a golden hue, casting long shadows across the deck as the crew prepared for the day ahead. There was a palpable sense of excitement and apprehension in the air. The legend of the siren's song had captivated their imaginations, but the dangers that lay ahead were very real. Captain Drake stood at the helm, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The map they had found was spread out before him, its cryptic symbols and markings revealing the route to the mystical island. Whisper, his first mate, stood by his side, studying the map with a furrowed brow. "It's not far now," Whisper said, tracing a line with his finger. "If the legend is true, we should reach the island by nightfall." Drake nodded, his expression determined. "We must remain vigilant. The sirens will do everything in their power to lure us off course." The captain called out to his crew, his voice carrying over the sound of the waves. "Prepare the ship. We're heading into uncharted waters. Keep your wits about you and stay focused. Remember the stories, but don't let fear guide you." The crew responded with a chorus of affirmations, their movements quick and efficient as they adjusted the sails, checked the rigging, and secured the cargo. The Sea Serpent was in peak condition, a testament to the skill and dedication of its crew. Each pirate had a role to play, and they executed their tasks with precision and confidence. Red, the navigator, climbed to the crow's nest, her keen eyes scanning the sea for any signs of danger. Big Jack inspected the ship's hull, ensuring that there were no leaks or weaknesses that could jeopardize their journey. Spice, the cook, prepared provisions for the day, her mind already thinking of ways to keep the crew's spirits high with her culinary skills. Finn, ever eager to prove himself, moved about the deck with boundless energy, assisting wherever he was needed. Despite his youth, he had earned the respect of the older crew members with his enthusiasm and quick thinking. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the Sea Serpent sailed on, the siren's song growing louder and more insistent with each passing mile. The crew remained focused, their minds set on the treasure that awaited them. The journey was long, but the promise of untold riches spurred them on. The Caribbean waters, while beautiful, were treacherous. Hidden reefs and strong currents posed a constant threat to the Sea Serpent as it sailed ever closer to the mysterious island. The crew relied on their collective experience and skill to navigate these hazards, their trust in each other evident in their seamless cooperation. Red called down from the crow's nest, her voice clear and strong. "Reef ahead, starboard side. Adjust our course by 5 degrees. Drake responded immediately, his hands steady on the wheel as he guided the ship away from the danger. Whisper relayed orders to the crew, who moved quickly to comply. The ship veered slightly, avoiding the jagged rocks that loomed just beneath the surface. As they sailed on, the siren's song grew more powerful, its seductive melody weaving through the air like a siren's call. The crew could feel its pull, an almost physical sensation that tugged at their hearts and minds. It was a constant battle to resist its allure, to keep their focus on the task at hand. "We're entering the siren's territory," Whisper warned, his eyes scanning the horizon. "Stay sharp, everyone. This is where it gets dangerous." The crew nodded, their expressions resolute. They had come too far to turn back now. The legend of the siren's song had become more than just a story, it was a challenge that they were determined to meet. As the day wore on, the sea serpent encountered several more obstacles: sudden squalls that threatened to capsize the ship, treacherous whirlpools that could suck them down to the depths, and eerie fog banks that obscured their vision. Through it all, Captain Drake's leadership and the crew's unwavering resolve kept them on course. By late afternoon, the sky began to darken with storm clouds. The wind picked up, whipping the sails and sending spray over the deck. The siren's song was almost deafening now, a haunting chorus that seemed to come from all directions. "We're close," Drake shouted over the roar of the wind. "Prepare for anything. This is the final stretch." The crew braced themselves, their eyes fixed on the horizon as the sea serpent plowed through the churning waters. The storm was fierce, but their determination was fiercer. They had faced countless challenges on their journey, and they would not be deterred now. As the first drops of rain began to fall, the outline of a mist-shrouded island appeared on the horizon. It was a place of ethereal beauty, its shores lined with white sand and lush greenery, but there was an air of danger about it, a sense that it was not a place for the faint of heart. "This is it," Whisper said, his voice filled with awe. "The Siren's Island." Captain Drake nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "We've made it this far. Let's see what awaits us." With the siren's song as their guide and the legend as their beacon, the sea serpent sailed on towards the mystical island, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their quest for the ancient treasure. Chapter 3: The Mystical Island. As the sea serpent drew closer to the island, the crew's anticipation grew palpable. The island was a vision of ethereal beauty, shrouded in mist and mystery. Tall, lush trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the white sand beaches gleamed under the faint light that pierced through the fog. The air was thick with the scent of exotic flowers, mingling with the salty tang of the sea. Captain Drake stood at the helm, his eyes fixed on the island. He could feel the siren's song tugging at his heart, but his resolve remained unshaken. He turned to his crew, their faces a mix of awe and determination. "This is it," he said, his voice steady. "The island of legend. Remember why we're here. Stay focused and trust in each other." The crew nodded, their resolve bolstered by their captain's unwavering confidence. They had come too far to be swayed by the siren's allure. With careful precision, they anchored the sea serpent in a sheltered cove, its calm waters a stark contrast to the treacherous journey they had endured. The pirates disembarked, their boots sinking into the soft, warm sand. The island was eerily quiet, the only sounds the gentle lapping of the waves and the distant call of unseen birds. The crew moved cautiously, their eyes scanning the dense jungle that lay before them. Captain Drake led the way, the ancient map clutched in his hand. Red and Whisper flanked him, their senses heightened, ready for any sign of danger. Big Jack and Finn followed closely behind, their weapons at the ready. The jungle was thick and lush, filled with towering trees and vibrant flora. The path was narrow and winding, forcing the crew to move single file. They pushed through dense underbrush and ducked under low-hanging vines, their progress slow but steady. As they ventured deeper into the island, they began to notice signs of the siren's presence. Strange, intricate carvings adorned the trees, depicting scenes of beauty and danger. Exotic flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their sweet scent almost overwhelming. "We must be close," Red whispered, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "These carvings, they're a warning and a guide." Captain Drake nodded, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. "Stay alert. The sirens will not let us reach their treasure easily." Gathered around a makeshift table in a small clearing, the crew pored over the map, trying to make sense of the cryptic symbols and markings. The map was old and faded, its secrets not easily revealed. But with each clue they deciphered, they felt themselves getting closer to the treasure. "The markings on the trees match those on the map," Whisper said, tracing a line with his finger. "We need to follow them." Red nodded in agreement. "There's a pattern here. The carvings point us towards the heart of the island." The crew set off once more, their spirits high despite the challenges that lay ahead. They navigated through the dense jungle, following the clues with precision. Each step brought them closer to the treasure, but also deeper into the siren's domain. Suddenly the jungle opened up into a vast clearing. At its center stood a series of ancient stone statues, their expressions fierce and foreboding. The statues were arranged in a circle, surrounding a large, intricately carved pedestal. "This must be it," Captain Drake said, his voice filled with awe. "The entrance to the siren's lair." The crew approached the pedestal cautiously, their eyes scanning for any signs of danger. The siren's song was louder here, almost deafening in its beauty. It seemed to echo from all around, filling their minds with longing and desire. As they stood before the pedestal, the air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding. The siren's song seemed to swirl around them, its melody both enchanting and menacing. The crew braced themselves, their hearts pounding in their chests. Without warning, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The stone statues began to move, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The crew drew their weapons, ready to defend themselves, but Captain Drake held up a hand, signaling them to wait. "Stand your ground," he commanded. "These are not enemies to be fought with steel." The lead statue, larger and more imposing than the others, stepped forward. Its eyes locked onto Captain Drake, and it spoke in a voice that echoed through the clearing. "You have come seeking the treasure of the sirens," the statue intoned. "To claim it you must prove your worth. Answer our riddle, and you may proceed. Fail, and you shall never leave this place." Captain Drake stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "We accept your challenge. What is your riddle?" The statue's eyes glowed brighter, and it spoke the riddle in a deep, resonant voice. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" A tense silence fell over the clearing as the crew pondered the riddle. The siren's song seemed to grow louder, pressing in on their minds, but they forced themselves to focus. Captain Drake's eyes lit up with realization. "An echo," he said confidently. The statues fell silent, their glowing eyes dimming. The lead statue nodded, stepping aside to reveal a hidden passageway at the base of the pedestal. "You have answered correctly," the statue said. "The treasure is yours to claim, but beware, for it is protected by powerful magic." With the statue's challenge behind them, the crew pressed on into the hidden passageway. The air was cool and damp, and the walls were adorned with ancient carvings depicting scenes of beauty and danger. They moved cautiously, their senses alert for any signs of the siren's magic. The passageway opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. At the center of the chamber lay the treasure they had sought, chests overflowing with gold coins, glittering jewels, and priceless artifacts. The crew stared in awe, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the treasure. "We found it," Big Jack whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The treasure of the sirens." Captain Drake stepped forward, his heart swelling with pride. They had faced countless challenges and dangers, but their determination and teamwork had led them to this moment. He reached out to touch the nearest chest, feeling the cool metal under his fingertips. But as he did, a sudden realization struck him. The air around the treasure was charged with a strange energy, a sense of danger that had not been present before. The curse of the treasure. As the crew began to celebrate their triumph, the ground beneath them shook once more. The ancient carvings on the walls began to glow, and a deep, resonant voice filled the chamber. "Beware, for the treasure is cursed. Only the worthy may take it, and those who do not heed this warning shall suffer its wrath." The crew's jubilation turned to fear as the chamber seemed to come alive with a dark energy. Captain Drake quickly assessed the situation, his sharp mind racing to find a solution. "We must take only what we can carry," he ordered, his voice calm but urgent. "We cannot risk the curse taking hold." The crew, their trust in Captain Drake unshaken, obeyed his command. They gathered as much treasure as they could, their movements quick and efficient. With their arms laden with gold and jewels, they retraced their steps, fleeing the cursed chamber and the island that had both promised and threatened their lives. Chapter 4: The Siren's Lair. With the statue's challenge behind them, Captain Drake and his crew pressed on into the hidden passageway, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The air grew cooler and damper as they descended, and the walls, covered with intricate carvings, seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of their torches. Each step brought them closer to the heart of the siren's lair, where the ancient treasure lay hidden. The passageway opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. The room was filled with an eerie, almost magical light that seemed to emanate from the treasure itself. At the center of the chamber lay countless chests overflowing with gold coins, glittering jewels, and priceless artifacts. The sheer scale of the treasure left the crew in awe, their eyes wide with wonder as they took in the sight. "We found it," Big Jack whispered, his voice trembling with a mix of excitement and reverence. "The treasure of the sirens." Captain Drake stepped forward, his heart swelling with pride and relief. They had faced countless challenges and dangers, but their determination and teamwork had led them to this moment. He reached out to touch the nearest chest, feeling the cool metal under his fingertips. The treasure was real, and it was theirs for the taking. But as he did, a sudden realization struck him. The air around the treasure was charged with a strange energy, a sense of danger that had not been present before. The siren's song, which had been a constant presence throughout their journey, now seemed to pulse with a new intensity, filling the chamber with its haunting melody. As the crew began to celebrate their triumph, the ground beneath them shook violently. The ancient carvings on the walls flared to life, glowing with an ominous light. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the chamber, filling their hearts with dread. "Beware, for the treasure is cursed. Only the worthy may take it, and those who do not heed this warning shall suffer its wrath." The crew's jubilation turned to fear as the chamber seemed to come alive with a dark energy. The siren's song grew louder, its melody now tinged with a sense of foreboding and menace. Captain Drake quickly assessed the situation, his sharp mind racing to find a solution. "We must take only what we can carry," he ordered, his voice calm but urgent. "We cannot risk the curse taking hold. Move quickly." The crew, their trust in Captain Drake unshaken, obeyed his command without hesitation. They gathered as much treasure as they could, their movements swift and efficient. Each pirate filled their pockets and bags with gold coins, jewels, and small artifacts, their eyes constantly darting around the chamber, wary of any signs of danger. As they prepared to leave, the chamber began to tremble more violently. The walls seemed to close in around them, the carvings pulsating with a dark, malevolent energy. The siren's song reached a fever pitch, its beauty now a weapon designed to ensnare and destroy. Captain Drake led the way, his heart pounding in his chest. "Stay close and keep moving," he shouted over the roar of the collapsing chamber. "We must get out of here before it's too late." The crew followed him, their faces set with grim determination. They retraced their steps through the passageway, the ground shaking beneath their feet. The once cool air now felt oppressive, heavy with the weight of the curse that sought to claim them. The pirates burst out of the passageway and into the dense jungle, the ground continuing to tremble beneath their feet. They ran as fast as they could, their minds focused on one goal, reaching the sea serpent and escaping the cursed island. The siren's song pursued them, a haunting reminder of the danger they had narrowly escaped. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the path back to the ship obscured by thick foliage and tangled vines. The crew moved with urgency, hacking their way through the underbrush, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Keep going," Captain Drake urged, his voice filled with determination. "We're almost there." The sight of the sea serpent anchored in the cove filled them with renewed hope. They pushed on, their muscles burning with exertion, their hearts pounding with fear and adrenaline. The siren's song grew fainter, but the sense of urgency did not abate. They reached the beach, the soft sand a welcome change from the dense jungle. The crew didn't pause to rest, their eyes fixed on the ship that promised their salvation. They waded into the water, climbing aboard the sea serpent with a mix of relief and urgency. "Raise the anchor. Set the sails," Captain Drake commanded. "We need to get away from this island, now." The crew sprang into action, their exhaustion forgotten in the face of their need to escape. The sails unfurled, catching the wind, and the ship began to move. The island, with its dark secrets and cursed treasure, receded into the distance. As they sailed away, the siren's song finally faded into silence. The crew gathered on deck, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and lingering fear. They had survived the island, but the memory of its dangers would stay with them forever. The journey back to familiar waters was long, but the crew's spirits were high. They had faced unimaginable dangers and emerged victorious, their pockets filled with treasure and their hearts filled with stories of bravery and adventure. Captain Drake watched his crew with pride, knowing that their bond had only grown stronger through the ordeal. The sea serpent sailed smoothly, the gentle sway of the ocean a comforting reminder of their escape. The crew took turns sharing their experiences, their voices filled with excitement as they recounted their brush with the sirens and the cursed treasure. The legend of the siren's song had become a part of their own story, a tale that they would tell for generations to come. As they neared their home port, the crew prepared to divide the treasure. Captain Drake called a meeting on deck, his voice carrying easily over the sound of the waves. "We faced many challenges together," he said, his gaze sweeping over his loyal crew, "and we've come out stronger for it. This treasure is a testament to our courage and our unity. Let's share it fairly and remember the lessons we've learned along the way." The crew nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting their respect for their captain and their pride in their shared accomplishments. They divided the treasure, each pirate receiving their fair share of gold and jewels. The atmosphere was one of celebration and camaraderie, a fitting end to their perilous journey. Chapter 5: The Treasure Revealed. The sea serpent sailed away from the island, the weight of the treasure balanced by the crew's relief at their escape. As the island disappeared from view, the eerie phenomena that had plagued their journey faded away. The whispers ceased, the shadows vanished, and a sense of calm returned to the ship. Captain Drake stood at the helm, his thoughts a mixture of triumph and contemplation. They had faced unimaginable dangers and emerged victorious, but the curse of the treasure lingered in his mind. He knew that their adventure was far from over, and that they must remain vigilant against any lingering effects of the curse. Back at sea, the crew reveled in their success, their spirits high with the promise of wealth and glory. They recounted their adventures, each tale growing more exaggerated and fantastical with each telling. Yet beneath the bravado, there was a shared understanding of the true cost of their journey. Captain Drake, ever the leader, gathered his men and spoke of the lessons they had learned. He reminded them of the importance of courage, loyalty, and intelligence in the face of danger. He acknowledged the curse, warning them to remain cautious and to use their newfound wealth wisely. With the treasure safely aboard, Captain Drake set a course for familiar waters. The crew, bolstered by their success, looked to the future with renewed confidence. They knew that more adventures awaited them, and that their names would be remembered in the annals of pirate legend. As the sea serpent sailed into the sunset, Captain Drake allowed himself a moment of reflection. The lost treasure had been found, but its true value lay not in the gold and jewels they had claimed, but in the bonds forged and the lessons learned along the way. Chapter 6: Escape and Reflection. The sea serpent sailed steadily away from the cursed island, the crew's spirits buoyed by their escape. They had faced the sirens and their deadly allure, navigated the treacherous terrain, and outwitted the ancient guardians. The treasure they carried was a testament to their bravery and determination. As the island faded into the distance, Captain Drake gathered his crew on the deck. The air was filled with a sense of relief and triumph, but also a lingering unease. The curse of the treasure weighed heavily on their minds, a reminder of the dangers they had faced. "We've done well, my friends," Drake said, his voice strong and reassuring. "But we must remember the warnings of the sirens. The treasure we carry is not without its risks. We must be cautious and wise in our use of it." The crew nodded, their faces reflecting their respect for their captain and their understanding of the gravity of their situation. They had escaped the island, but the true test of their wisdom and unity lay ahead. The journey back to familiar waters was long, but the crew's spirits remained high. They had faced unimaginable dangers and emerged victorious, their pockets filled with treasure and their hearts filled with stories of bravery and adventure. Captain Drake watched his crew with pride, knowing that their bond had only grown stronger through the ordeal. The sea serpent sailed smoothly, the gentle sway of the ocean a comforting reminder of their escape. The crew took turns sharing their experiences, their voices filled with excitement as they recounted their brush with the sirens and the cursed treasure. The legend of the siren's song had become a part of their own story, a tale that they would tell for generations to come. As they neared their home port, the crew prepared to divide the treasure. Captain Drake called a meeting on deck, his voice carrying easily over the sound of the waves. "We faced many challenges together," he said, his gaze sweeping over his loyal crew, "and we've come out stronger for it. This treasure is a testament to our courage and our unity. Let's share it fairly and remember the lessons we've learned along the way." The crew nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting their respect for their captain and their pride in their shared accomplishments. They divided the treasure, each pirate receiving their fair share of gold and jewels. The atmosphere was one of celebration and camaraderie, a fitting end to their perilous journey. The legend grows. The story of the sea serpent's adventure spread quickly, becoming a legend in its own right. In taverns and ports across the Caribbean, sailors and pirates alike spoke of Captain Drake and his crew, who had braved the dangers of the Siren's Island and lived to tell the tale. The legend of the Siren's song grew, its allure captivating the imaginations of all who heard it. Captain Drake stood on the deck of the Sea Serpent, gazing out at the horizon. The sea was calm, the sky clear, and the future filled with promise. He knew that more adventures awaited them, more challenges to face, and more stories to tell. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the ocean, Drake smiled. The legend of the Siren's song had become part of their legacy, a testament to their bravery and their bond. And as long as the sea serpent sailed the seas, the spirit of adventure would live on. "Ready for the next journey?" Captain Whisper asked, joining him at the helm. Drake nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Always, Whisper, always." With the treasure safely aboard and their hearts filled with the promise of new adventures, the sea serpent sailed on, guided by the stars and the unwavering spirit of its crew. The legend of the Siren's song would be told for generations, but for Captain Drake and his crew, it was just one chapter in their never-ending quest for adventure and discovery. The ghost ship of Captain Silver. The Bermuda Triangle, a mysterious expanse of ocean shrouded in fog and whispered legends. Here the air is thick with the scent of salt and the unknown. The moon, full and ominous, casts a ghostly glow over the undulating waves, illuminating the path of a ship unlike any other. This is the domain of the Phantom Gale, a spectral vessel that sails these waters, not bound by the laws of time or tide. The Phantom Gale is no ordinary ship. Its sails, though tattered, flutter with an ethereal grace, and the wooden planks of its hull emit a faint, otherworldly shimmer. Chains clink softly with the rhythm of the sea, a ghostly sound that accompanies the whispered tales told by those who have glimpsed this cursed vessel through the mist. Amid the spectral glow stands Captain Silver, a figure as enigmatic as the sea itself. Once a fearsome pirate, now bound to his ghostly ship, Silver's appearance is that of a man caught between worlds. His face, pale and drawn, tells the story of a soul marked by eternity. His eyes, once bright with the thrill of the hunt, now reflect a deep, unending sorrow. Yet there remains a hint of the formidable captain he once was, evident in the commanding presence he still exudes. Captain Silver's story is one of tragedy and betrayal. Once the terror of the Caribbean, his fall came not by the sword but through treachery. During a fateful battle on a night much like this, a rival captain, driven by envy and greed, cast a dark curse upon Silver and his crew. In the heat of their clash, as cannons roared and swords clashed, the curse took effect, dooming them to sail the seas as phantoms, forever seeking redemption that seemed eternally out of reach. The curse was merciless. Silver and his crew were stripped of their mortal essence, their spirits bound to the phantom gale, destined to wander the waters near the triangle, caught in a limbo between the living and the dead. Their only respite, fleeting and rare, came when the veil between worlds thinned, and they could communicate with the living, though such encounters often left both parties more frightened than enlightened. As the legend of Captain Silver grew, so did the tales of the Phantom Gale. Sailors spoke of seeing the ghost ship emerge from the fog, its appearance heralding storms or guiding lost ships to safety, depending on the tale. Some said Captain Silver sought brave souls to help break his curse, while others believed he lured sailors to their doom, bitter and vengeful. Tonight the air is charged with a palpable tension, as if the sea itself awaits the unfolding of an event long foretold. The Phantom Gale, with Captain Silver at its helm, sails slowly through the mist, the soft clinking of chains and the gentle flapping of ethereal sails setting a cadence for the eerie night. The story of Captain Silver is about to take a new turn, one that could either bring salvation or further damnation. As the scene sets, whispers of the past swirl like the fog that blankets the triangle, and the tale of the Phantom Gale continues, ever bound to the deep and mysterious waters of the Bermuda Triangle. Chapter 1: The Fateful Battle. The night was dark and stormy as the Phantom Gale sailed through the churning waters of the Caribbean. Captain Silver, at the helm, watched the horizon with a steely gaze. The air was electric, charged with anticipation and the smell of gunpowder. Unknown to Silver and his crew, a rival pirate ship, commanded by the envious Captain Blackburn, lurked nearby, hidden by the black veil of night. The Phantom Gale was a formidable vessel, known throughout the seas for its speed and firepower, but what made it truly legendary was its captain. Captain Silver was a pirate known not just for his ruthlessness, but also for his honor among thieves, a code that had earned him both allegiance and enemies. As the moon peeked through the storm clouds, the silhouette of Blackburn's ship emerged. Without warning, cannon fire erupted from its sides, a declaration of war thundering across the waters. Captain Silver's crew sprang into action, manning their stations with practiced ease as the battle commenced. Amid the chaos of cannonballs and splintered wood, Captain Blackburn, wielding dark arts from the far reaches of the Caribbean, prepared his most treacherous weapon yet. As the two ships drew closer, the air around the phantom gale thickened, a palpable darkness creeping over its deck. Silver and Blackburn faced off across the narrowing stretch of water, the clash of their swords almost drowned out by the roar of the sea. "This ends tonight," Silver Blackburn shouted over the din, his voice laced with malice. With a sinister chant, Blackburn unleashed the curse he had been harboring, a curse meant to bind Silver and his crew to the eternal depths. A dark, swirling vortex of energy erupted from Blackburn's hand, rushing towards Silver with the fury of the winds. Silver fought bravely, but the curse was too strong. As it struck him, a spectral light enveloped his body, and his scream echoed across the sea, a sound so haunting it was said to be heard across the isles. The crew watched in horror as their captain and their ship began to transform before their eyes, their forms becoming ethereal, ghostly. As the last of the curse's power waned, the phantom gale and its crew were no longer of the living. They had become spirits, bound to their ship, destined to sail the waters near the Bermuda Triangle forever. The ship itself mirrored its crew's fate, turning into a spectral vessel that could no longer be touched by normal means. The rival ship, having spent its captain's malice, retreated into the darkness, leaving the cursed crew to their fate. The battle's physical traces faded, but its consequences were eternal. Now part of the supernatural world, Captain Silver and his crew quickly realized their plight. They were doomed to haunt the seas, visible only on moonlit nights or when the fog of the triangle was thick. Tales began to spread among sailors and pirates, tales of a ghost ship that appeared from nowhere, sailing with no crew but the damned. The phantom gale became a whispered legend, a story told in taverns along the coast. But for Captain Silver it was a living nightmare. He vowed to find a way to break the curse, to restore his crew and himself to the living world. Thus began their spectral adventures, filled with eerie encounters and the eternal hope for redemption. Chapter 2: Life as a Ghostly Crew. The initial days following the transformation were chaotic and filled with despair. Captain Silver and his crew, now spectral entities bound to the phantom gale, struggled to come to terms with their ghostly forms. Their hands passed through objects they once could grasp, and the salty sea air they once breathed felt thin and insubstantial. The ship itself had undergone a ghastly transformation. Once robust and lively with the bustle of the crew, it now floated silently, its sails billowing softly with an ethereal glow. The deck, which had often been warm under the sun, now carried a perpetual chill, and the once comforting creak of the wood now sounded hollow, like whispers from the beyond. As days turned into endless nights, the crew began to discover the extent of their curse. They found they could make themselves appear to the living during certain conditions under the cover of fog or on nights when the moon was hidden by clouds. Their interactions, however, were marked by fear and misunderstanding. Living sailors who glimpsed the ghostly ship often thought it an omen of doom, fleeing rather than engaging. Captain Silver, determined to break the curse, directed his crew to learn to control their spectral presence. They practiced manipulating the physical world in small ways, moving objects ever so slightly, or creating soft gusts of wind. Each small success brought hope to the crew, fueling their resolve to find a way back to the living world. The word of the ghost ship spread far and wide, becoming a tale of caution among seafarers. However, not all encounters were rooted in fear. One night, under a new moon, the phantom gale came upon a small fishing vessel caught in a tempest. Recognizing the peril the fishermen faced, Captain Silver and his crew managed to guide the vessel to safety. This act of benevolence began to change the narrative among the living. Some started to see the phantom gale not as a harbinger of doom, but as a guardian of the seas. These encounters, though few, were significant. They provided Captain Silver with a sense of purpose and a reminder of the man he once was, a captain who not only commanded respect but also protected those under his care. Each successful interaction with the living rekindled a spark of hope within the crew that perhaps their curse could indeed be lifted. Living as ghosts was not without its trials. The crew missed the warmth of the sun, the taste of fresh food, and the thrill of docking at bustling ports. Yet they found a new rhythm in their existence. The endless expanse of the sea, which had once been a playground for their adventures, now became their domain in a more profound sense. They became more attuned to the mysteries of the ocean, witnessing sights no living sailor ever had, the deep glow of underwater creatures in the night, and storms forming and breaking from a vantage point that seemed to touch the skies. Captain Silver, with his undying hope and relentless pursuit of redemption, kept the crew's spirits high. He organized watches not just for navigation but for studying the sea's mysteries, believing that understanding their curse's nature could hold the key to breaking it. Chapter 3: Seeking Redemption. Determined to break the curse that bound them, Captain Silver and his crew embarked on a quest to uncover any information that might lead to their salvation. The phantom gale sailed through the mist-shrouded waters of the Bermuda Triangle, an area rumored to be rife with paranormal activity and ancient secrets. Using old pirate maps and navigational charts, Captain Silver directed his crew to explore sunken ships and lost libraries of the deep, believed to hold the forgotten knowledge of the sea's mystical forces. Each dive into the ocean's depths was perilous, their spectral forms barely holding together against the strong currents and pressures, but their ghostly nature allowed them to explore places no living soul could reach. Their search led them to encounters with beings of legend. One night, under the eerie light of a blood moon, they came across an ancient sea witch, her form appearing in the swirling fog around the ship. She spoke of an old spell, one that could potentially reverse their curse, but it required a rare artifact, lost in the deepest trench of the ocean. Guided by the sea witch's cryptic clues, the crew navigated to a cavern known only to the oldest creatures of the sea. Inside, guarded by the skeletal remains of an enormous sea monster, lay the artifact, a crystal orb, pulsing with a faint, otherworldly light. As the phantom gale continued its journey, a more daunting obstacle emerged. The guardian of the triangle, a spectral entity older than the seas, approached the ship. Its form was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a swirling vortex of wind and water, with eyes that glowed like deep-sea bioluminescence. The guardian spoke in a voice that resonated through the very bones of the ship, challenging the crew's right to seek redemption. It proposed a trial, one that would test their worthiness and their resolve. Only by succeeding in this trial could they hope to gain the Guardians' assistance in breaking their eternal bondage. The trial set by the Guardian was threefold. First, the crew had to navigate a maze of coral and bone set deep beneath the sea, where the slightest misstep meant dissolving into the ocean's abyss. Relying on their enhanced connection to the sea, they managed to navigate the labyrinth, their understanding of their spectral forms growing with each passing challenge. Next, they were tasked with retrieving a vial of water from the fountain of the Forever Storm, a mythical spring said to contain the pure essence of the Bermuda Triangle itself. The journey was fraught with peril, storms raging around them, their ship battered by supernatural forces. Yet their resolve held firm, and they secured the vial after a harrowing journey through the eye of the storm. The final challenge was a test of sacrifice and morality. The Guardian demanded that Captain Silver give up the very thing that had sustained him through his cursed existence's hope. To prove his crew's worthiness, Silver had to trust that his actions throughout their ordeal had been enough to break the curse. With a heavy heart but a steadfast spirit, Captain Silver agreed, placing his fate and that of his crew entirely in the Guardian's hands. As he relinquished his hope, a profound peace settled over him, the burden of years lifting in an instant. Chapter 4: The Trials of Redemption. Having successfully navigated the labyrinthine depths and secured the vial from the fountain of the Forever Storm, Captain Silver and his crew faced the third and most daunting challenge from the Guardian of the Triangle. This final task would test their courage and moral fiber, pushing them to the limits of their spectral endurance. The Guardian summoned a storm unlike any other, a tempest that roiled with supernatural energy and echoed with the cries of lost sailors. Captain Silver, at the helm of the Phantom Gale, steered his crew through towering waves and screaming winds. This storm, however, was not merely a physical challenge, it was a spiritual one. Each crew member faced visions of their past lives, confronting the deeds that had led them to piracy and their eventual curse. They were given a choice to forgive themselves and their enemies, or to be consumed by their former grievances and regrets. The storm raged around them, a physical manifestation of the turmoil within each ghostly sailor. As the storm subsided, the Guardian's voice echoed across the water, directing the crew to a narrow channel flanked by jagged rocks that shimmered with an eerie, unnatural light. The Phantom Gale had to navigate through this perilous passage without touching the illuminated rocks, as contact would mean dissolution into nothingness. Captain Silver, using all his centuries of navigation skills, steered the ship with a precision born of desperation. The crew worked in perfect unison, adjusting the sails and shouting warnings as ghostly winds and currents attempted to push them off course. Their cooperation and Silver's leadership saw them through, and the ship sailed through the channel unscathed. Emerging from the channel, the crew faced the final trial. The Guardian appeared before them once more, its form now calm and almost serene. It spoke of a great sacrifice that was required to break the curse, a sacrifice of their newfound peace and acceptance of their fate. Captain Silver, understanding that the freedom of his crew was at stake, stepped forward. He offered to remain bound to the Phantom Gale, allowing his crew to pass into the afterlife if the Guardian would release them. His offer was a true act of selflessness, born from the depths of his undying love for his crew and the heavy responsibility he felt for their cursed existence. The crew protested, unwilling to leave their captain behind, but Silver was resolute. His decision was made, and the Guardian, moved by Silver's sacrifice, accepted his offer but altered the terms. Impressed by the unity and bravery of the crew, the Guardian decreed that they would all be released together, their bond proving stronger than the dark magic that had bound them. As dawn broke over the triangle, the curse lifted. The spectral form of the Phantom Gale and its crew began to fade, not into oblivion, but transitioning to a peaceful afterlife. The ship's ghostly apparition dissolved into the morning mist, leaving behind calm waters and a legacy that would live on in legend. Captain Silver and his crew experienced a moment of pure, transcendent joy as they felt the weight of centuries lift from their shoulders. They had faced their darkest fears, made peace with their past, and emerged victorious. They were free, their souls finally allowed to move on to the next great adventure. Chapter 5: Finding Peace. As the first light of dawn stretched across the horizon, signaling the end of their spectral existence, Captain Silver and his crew prepared for their final moments aboard the Phantom Gale. The air was filled with a sense of quiet anticipation and relief, the ocean calm as if honoring their journey's end. However, before the crew could fully embrace their newfound peace, a shadow loomed on the horizon. It was Captain Blackburn's ghostly ship, emerging from the mist, its sails torn and fluttering like dark wraiths. Blackburn, still bound by his own dark curse for the treachery he had committed, had come to confront Silver one last time. As Blackburn's ship drew nearer, the air chilled and the sea grew restless. Captain Silver stood firm at the helm, his crew ready to support him, their loyalty unwavering even in the face of this final threat. Captain Blackburn called out to Silver, his voice a hollow echo across the water. "Silver, your freedom will be the chains of your defeat. You cannot escape the curse so easily," he bellowed, raising his ghostly cutlass. Captain Silver, with a calm that belied the intensity of his emotions, responded, "Blackburn, we have faced our past and made peace with our fates. It is time you did the same. Let go of your hatred and find rest." Ignoring Silver's words, Blackburn leapt across the gap between the two ships, landing on the deck of the Phantom Gale with a supernatural grace. The two captains engaged in a final spectral duel, their swords clashing with echoes that sounded like the cries of lost souls. As they fought, Captain Silver realized that Blackburn's strength was fueled by his unrelenting anger and bitterness. With a decisive move, Silver disarmed Blackburn, holding his cutlass to his former rival's throat. "This ends now, Blackburn. Release yourself from this hatred. Join us in peace, or be bound by your curse forever." Moved by Silver's words and the clear futility of his actions, Blackburn finally dropped his guard, his shoulders sagging under the weight of centuries of anger. I cannot continue this, Silver. You have bested me, not by sword but by spirit," Blackburn conceded, his voice softening. Captain Silver, with a nod of respect and forgiveness, helped Blackburn to his feet. "It's never too late to change, Blackburn. Let's end this curse together." With a final act of unity, Silver and Blackburn joined hands, their combined will calling upon the powers that had bound them. A brilliant light enveloped both ships, the sea calm and the air still as the curse that had haunted them dissolved into nothingness. As the light faded, Captain Silver and his crew felt the last remnants of their ghostly bonds break free. They were no longer phantoms of the sea, but souls ready to move on to the afterlife, their deeds redeemed and spirits at peace. The crew gathered around Captain Silver, their faces alight with gratitude and relief. Together they watched as the horizon brightened, the dawn of a new day marking the end of their eternal night. Captain Silver turned to his crew, his voice steady and clear. "My brave crew, it's time for each of us to set sail on our own journeys beyond this world. May we find the peace we've longed for, and remember that our bond was our greatest treasure." One by one, the crew faded from view, their spirits ascending as light particles drifting upward into the sky. Captain Silver was the last to dissolve, a content smile on his face as he looked out over the calm seas one last time. The legend of the Phantom Gale and its ghostly crew continued to echo through the ages, a tale of redemption, courage, and the unbreakable bonds of camaraderie. Sailors and historians alike would recount the story, a reminder that even those lost to the depths of despair and darkness can find their way back to the light.